Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The Black Crystal Tower erupted from the earth with a silent fury, its obsidian spires reaching toward the twilight sky like grasping fingers. Thrain Farsight stood motionless, his weathered hand resting on the pommel of his longsword as he watched the impossible structure gleam under the twin moons of Eldamir. No birds sang in the perpetual dusk of the Twilight Zone, that vast stretch of contested land that separated the ancient kingdoms of Elves and Dwarves. Only the whisper of wind through the twisted trees broke the silence, carrying with it the faint scent of ozone and decay. "Another one," Thrain murmured, his breath forming a pale mist in the chill air. The towers had begun appearing 3 cycles of the red moon ago. 17 now dotted the Borderlands, each identical in their terrible beauty, each humming with a power that made his dwarven bones ache with ancient warning. For 30 years, Thrain had served as Warden of the Borderlands, one of the few respected by both races. His mother had been of the Stoneheart clan, his father a ranger from the Silvermist Elves, a union as rare as dragon's tears. The neutrality of his mixed blood had made him the perfect guardian for this contested realm, trusted to keep the fragile peace between kingdoms that had known centuries of bitter rivalry. But these towers threatened everything. "Master Thrain!" The voice cut through his thoughts, and he turned to see Keldor, his young half-elven apprentice, approaching at a run. The boy's face was flushed with excitement, his emerald eyes wide. "I found something in the eastern tower, some kind of inscription in the inner chamber." Thrain felt a knot tighten in his gut. "I ordered you to observe only, never to enter." "But Master, the doorway opened at my touch, as if it was waiting for me." Keldor's voice dropped to a whisper. "There are symbols inside that change when you look at them. And I heard voices, like singing, but in no language I've ever known." Thrain gripped the young man's shoulder. "Listen carefully. Return to our camp. Pack our essentials and prepare the shadow mares. I must document this new tower. Then we ride for Silverleaf. The Elven Council must be warned." "Not the Dwarven Conclave?" Keldor asked, his brow furrowing. "And Silverleaf is closer," Thrain said, though in truth he knew the dwarves would sooner seal their mountain halls than face an unknown threat. "Now go." As Keldor departed, Thrain circled the tower, noting its exact position in his worn leather journal. The black crystal seemed to swallow the light around it, creating a pocket of deeper darkness. Unlike the other towers, this one had emerged directly along the ancient trade road, a deliberate placement that chilled him more than the others. When he returned to camp 2 hours later, Keldor was gone. The shadow mares stood tethered where he'd left them, their smoky manes flowing against the wind. The campfire had died to embers. Keldor's pack lay half-filled beside his bedroll, but of the apprentice himself there was no sign. "Keldor!" Thrain called, his voice echoing across the empty Borderlands. Only silence answered. His tracking skills led him back to the eastern tower, where he found his apprentice's silver dagger abandoned at the threshold of a doorway that hadn't existed earlier. The entrance gaped like an open wound in the crystal surface, revealing a spiraling staircase descending into darkness. Thrain hesitated only a moment before lighting a torch and entering. The air inside tasted metallic, and the walls pulsed with a faint, sickly light. He called Keldor's name again and again as he descended, but heard nothing except the strange, distant humming that seemed to vibrate through his very bones. 3 days later, Thrain Farsight stood in chains before the High Justicia of Silverleaf, accused of murder and espionage. The border warden returns covered in blood, raving about magical towers and missing apprentices. The Justiciar intoned, her silver circlet gleaming in the light of the Living Tree Palace. Yet our scouts report no towers, and the only blood spilled is that of 3 elven rangers found slaughtered along the eastern border. "I did not kill your rangers," Thrain said for the 100th time, his voice hoarse. "Something is happening in the Borderlands, something that threatens both our peoples. The towers are real, though they may conceal themselves from your scouts." "Enough," the Justiciar raised a slender hand. "The evidence condemns you, half-blood. Perhaps your dwarven blood has finally won the battle for your loyalty." They cast him into the depths of the Roothold, ancient dungeons carved beneath the great trees of Silverleaf. In the darkness of his cell, Thrain's thoughts turned constantly to Keldor, to the towers, to the strange humming that had filled his dreams since. "They cannot see what does not wish to be seen," came a voice from the shadows of the adjacent cell. "The towers hide from those who have not been marked by the void." Thrain peered through the gloom at his fellow prisoner, a female elf with silver hair cropped short against tradition, her delicate features marred by strange, swirling scars that seemed to shift beneath her skin. "Who are you?" he asked. "One who knows what you have witnessed," she replied. Was Silvariel, once Archmage of the Seven Circles before my studies led me to truths the Council preferred buried." "What truths?" Her luminous eyes fixed on him. "That the towers are ancient technology, not magic as our peoples understand it. They are antennas, Warden, designed to awaken something imprisoned in the core of our world, since before elves and dwarves walked its surface." Over the following days, as they awaited judgment, Silvariel shared her forbidden knowledge. The towers appeared cyclically throughout history, heralding catastrophic changes. Both elven and dwarven records contained references to the black teeth that bite the sky, preceding the great cataclysm that had sundered the once unified continent. "Your apprentice was taken because he is sensitive to the resonance," she explained. "The towers collect such beings, those with mixed blood especially. They are harvested for their essence." "Harvested?" Horror filled Thrain's voice. "By what? By servants of the Void Devourers," Silvariel whispered. "Beings that exist between dimensions, feeding on magical energy and life force. They cannot fully enter our world without help. Help they have cultivated for millennia through agents placed in both our kingdoms." On the 7th night of their imprisonment, the earth trembled beneath Silverleaf. As guards rushed to investigate, Silvariel revealed her final secret. The ceremonial cuffs used to bind magical prisoners were useless against the ancient arts she had mastered. With a whispered word that hurt Thrain's ears, their cell doors swung open. They fled through chaos. The great trees of Silverleaf wept golden sap as the ground continued to shake. In the confusion, they slipped into the Hall of Records, where Silvariel led Thrain to a hidden chamber behind a tapestry depicting the mythical sundering. "Look," she commanded, illuminating ancient scrolls with a light conjured from her fingertips. "The truth both our peoples have forgotten." The scrolls revealed fragments of a history long suppressed, an artifact called the Key of Worlds, split into 2 halves after the death of its guardian, Eldrath the Unifier. One half had gone to his elven descendants, the other to his dwarven bloodline, a deliberate division to prevent its power from being misused. But this division had sparked the first wars between the races, each believing the other had stolen their birthright. "The Queen of Silverleaf holds one fragment in her crown," Silverial said. "The Emperor of Iron Deep keeps the other in his scepter. Neither understands what they possess, but their closest advisors do." "The servants of the Devourers," Thrain realized. "Shapeshifters," Silverial nodded grimly. "They're disguised for generations, waiting for the cosmic alignment that would allow the towers to reach full power." Their escape from Silverleaf coincided with strange phenomena across the Borderlands. Storms of crackling energy illuminated the night sky. Creatures of twisted shadow and stone emerged from fissures in the earth. Portals to dark dimensions opened briefly before collapsing, leaving blighted areas where nothing would grow. In a hidden grove, they gathered allies, outcasts from both kingdoms who had witnessed the truth and survived. Derovin, an elven bladezinger banished for claiming his commander had transformed into a monster before his eyes. Grimna, a dwarven geomancer who had mapped disturbances in the Earth's magical currents. Lyria, a human trader who had seen an entire caravan disappear into a ripple in the air. Together, they formulated a desperate plan to steal the fragments of the key from both rulers, unite them, and use the completed artifact to seal whatever was attempting to emerge from the world's core. Their journey took them through shadowlands and ancient ruins, battling corrupted beasts and agents of the void. They survived an ambush in the crystal forests of Glimmershard, a betrayal in the subterranean markets of Deepcarve, and the horror of watching Derovin's body dissolve when struck by the black lightning that now frequently scarred the skies. When at last they held both fragments, the star metal crescent from the Elven Queen's crown and the diamond-infused arc from the Dwarven Emperor's scepter, the final tower erupted from the earth at the exact center of the Borderlands, reaching higher than all others. "The Spire of Convergence," Silverial breathed, her scarred face illuminated by the pulsing light that now connected all 18 towers in a web of dark energy. "The gateway is opening." They fought their way to the heart of the central tower, through corridors that defied physical laws and chambers filled with impossible geometry. At its core, they found a circular room where reality itself seemed thin, the air shimmering with tears that offered glimpses into a realm of writhing shadows and hungry lights. And there, suspended in a cage of black crystal, they found Keldor, alive, but changed. His eyes had become pools of swirling void, his skin translucent, revealing not blood, but streams of twinkling energy flowing through his veins. "You're too late," he spoke, but the voice was not his own. "The alignment is complete." The Devourers come. As the fragments of the key resonated in their presence, the final truth revealed itself in visions that crashed through their minds. Eldrath, the mythical ancestor of both elves and dwarves, had not been merely a king, but a guardian, appointed by powers beyond comprehension. The key was not merely an artifact, but a seal, designed to maintain the barrier between dimensions. The division of his people into elves and dwarves had not been natural evolution, but the first stage of a millennia-long plan by the Void Devourers to weaken the world's defenses, for only the unified magic of both bloodlines could properly wield the key. As the dimensional barriers thinned and the vast, hungry presence of the Devourers pressed against reality, Thrain and Silverial faced their final choice: to attempt to reseal the breach, knowing it would require a sacrifice, or to flee with the key, preserving its power for a future attempt. In that moment of decision, with the fate of all Eldermere hanging in the balance, Thrain gazed at his transformed apprentice and understood what must be done. The wardenship of the Borderlands had never truly been about keeping elves and dwarves apart, but about guarding a boundary far more fundamental to existence itself. "Together," he said to Silverial, holding out his half of the key. As their fingers intertwined around the ancient metal, elven and dwarven blood mingling as it had in Eldrath's veins, the Key of Worlds began to sing with a music that banished the terrible humming of the towers. And in that moment, as light blazed from their joined hands, the last Warden of the Borderlands discovered that endings are sometimes merely the penultimate chapters of much longer tales. Story 2. The ancient trees of the petrified forest stood like silent sentinels, their stone bark gleaming under the light of twin moons. Deep beneath their calcified roots, sealed by magic woven from elven blood and dwarven fire, slumbered Vorithax, the world devourer. For 1,000 years, the beast had remained imprisoned, its terrible power contained by the sacrifice of 2 legendary heroes whose names had been distorted by time and the politics of divided kingdoms. Until now, the earth shuddered. A tremor that began as a whisper grew to a roar, sending fissures racing through stone and soil alike. In the elven city of Silverhaven, crystal spires swayed dangerously, their melodic chimes transformed into discordant warnings. Far below, in the dwarven stronghold of Kazakh Doom, ancient runes carved into load-bearing pillars flickered with alarming intensity. Prince Thalen Starweaver stood at the edge of the disputed Borderlands, his tall, lithe figure silhouetted against the morning mist. Golden braids adorned with living leaves cascaded down his back, moving slightly with the breeze as if they too were alive. His narrow face, with high cheekbones and eyes the color of summer leaves, was set in diplomatic determination. "These ancient oaks have marked elven territory since before your great-grandfather first lifted a hammer," he declared, addressing the stout figure across the clearing. "Your mining operations encroach upon sacred ground." Brynhild Ironheart crossed her muscular arms across her chest, the ancient runes tattooed into her skin seeming to pulse with her irritation. Despite standing barely to Thalen's shoulder, her presence filled the glade. Her russet beard, intricately braided and clasped with iron rings, framed a face weathered by forge fire and stubborn determination. "Do these sacred trees of yours grow from stone that runs with mithril veins?" she countered, tapping her boot against the ground. "Dwarven lore speaks of these hills as the ribs of the earth, meant to be honored through craft, not left untouched to gather moss." Their argument, a familiar dance of territorial claims, was interrupted by the sudden tremor. As the ground beneath them shook, something extraordinary happened. Azure flames, ethereal and cold, erupted simultaneously from their chests, wreathing them both in spectral fire that burned without consuming. Thalen staggered backward, reaching instinctively for his bow. "What dwarven trickery is this?" "Trickery?" Brynhild hissed, her hand flying to her warhammer. This bears the hallmarks of elven sorcery." But even as accusations flew, ancient knowledge awakened within them both, memories not their own, yet suddenly accessible. The blue flames marked them as oath-bearers, chosen descendants of the original heroes who had imprisoned Vorithax. The quake had damaged the ancient seal, and only they could restore it. "And the eternal flame chooses its vessels," Thalen whispered, remembering lore passed down through generations of elven historians. "We are bound to the oath." Brynhild's face paled beneath her ruddy complexion. "The unbreakable pact," she murmured. "My grandmother spoke of it in forbidden tales." Their eyes met across the clearing, mutual antipathy temporarily displaced by shared disbelief. Neither wanted this burden, this forced alliance. Yet the flame would not be denied. We must recover the 3 artifacts of the oath, Thalen said reluctantly. The crystal tear, the whispering hammer, and the draconite heart. So the legends say, Brynhild agreed grimly, though I'd rather face a cave troll with a wooden spoon than journey with an elf. The feeling is mutual, stone child, Thalen replied, though without his usual venom. But it seems we have little choice. The crystal tear lay hidden in the caverns of reflection, where reality bent and fractured like light through a prism. For 7 days, Thalen and Brynhild navigated the disorienting tunnels, their mutual distrust gradually giving way to grudging cooperation as they faced the cavern's illusions. Your kind always overthinks, Brynhild grumbled, as Thalen carefully analyzed a fork in the path. Sometimes the direct approach is best, and your kind charges headlong into danger, Thalen retorted. Sometimes patience reveals what brute force cannot. Yet when they finally reached the chamber of the tear, a perfect diamond suspended in midair, weeping actual tears of liquid crystal, they discovered that only by combining Thalen's ability to decipher elven runes with Brynhild's knowledge of dwarven pressure mechanisms could they claim the artifact. As Thalen's slender fingers closed around the tear, a vision overwhelmed them both. A female elf with silver hair and eyes like twilight, standing beside a broad-shouldered dwarf whose beard was braided with starlight. The ancient heroes gazed at each other with unmistakable affection, their hands intertwined. That cannot be right, Brynhild whispered as the vision faded. Our histories speak of reluctant allies, not lovers, Thalen finished, equally disturbed. This contradicts everything we've been taught. The whispering hammer awaited them in the Forge of Epochs, a place where time flowed strangely, and the air itself rang with the echoes of ancient smithwork. Here, Brynhild took the lead, her heritage granting her insight into the Forge's mysteries. My people built this place, she explained, running reverent fingers over runes that predated even the oldest dwarven settlements. These techniques, they're different from what we practice now. More fluid, less rigid, almost elvish. Thalen, who had been examining the intricate metalwork of the chamber, looked up in surprise. And these designs incorporate natural patterns I recognize from our oldest groves. They're dwarven in execution, but elven in inspiration. To claim the hammer, a tool of impossible balance, its head carved from a meteor, its handle from the heartwood of an eternal tree, they had to rekindle the forge using Thalan's elven fire calling and Brynhild's dwarven metallurgical knowledge. This time, the vision showed them the ancient heroes working side by side, the dwarf teaching the elf metallurgy, the elf showing the dwarf how to infuse craft with natural magic. Their methods, combining the strengths of both races, created wonders neither could have achieved alone. Our peoples weren't always enemies, Thalen realized, his worldview shifting uncomfortably. Something drove us apart, Brynhild agreed, her voice unusually subdued. Something powerful enough to rewrite history. The draconite heart lay at the summit of Mount Firithil, where the boundary between the elemental planes grew thin. The journey there was arduous, forcing them through territories claimed by frost giants and flame elementals. Survival demanded trust and cooperation, qualities that came reluctantly at first but grew more natural with each passing day. "Oh, you're not entirely useless in a fight," Brynhild admitted grudgingly after Thalen's arrows had felled a marauding ice troll. "For an elf, and you show surprising grace for one so compact," Thalen replied with the ghost of a smile, watching her deftly navigate a narrow ledge. By the time they reached the summit, where the draconite heart, a gemstone the size of a fist, pulsing with inner fire, floated above a pool of liquid flame, something had changed between them. The disdain had evolved into respect, and the respect into something neither dared name. The final vision revealed the truth in its entirety. The ancient heroes had been lovers who discovered Vorithax's weakness. It could only be contained by a seal forged from the unified power of elf and dwarf. But to create this seal, they had to sacrifice their future together, using their very life essence to bind the monster. In their final moments, they had left a prophecy. One day, when the seal weakened, their descendants would face a choice: to repeat their sacrifice or to find another way. They drove our peoples apart deliberately, Brynhild realized with horror. They knew that if elves and dwarves remained allied, no one would be willing to sacrifice that unity when the time came to renew the seal. A terrible wisdom, Thalen agreed, his voice thick with emotion. They ensured the world devourer would remain bound, even at the cost of their people's shared future. As they stood at the ritual site deep within the petrified forest, the three artifacts assembled before them, Vorithax stirred beneath the earth. The ground trembled more violently now, and cracks appeared in the ancient stone trees, leaking malevolent energy. "We know what we must do," Brynhild said, reaching for the ritual dagger. "One of us must shed blood, the other must forge the new seal. Then we return to our peoples and ensure the continued separation, as they did." Thalen caught her wrist, his eyes reflecting the azure flames that now burned brightly around them both. "Or we find another way. 1,000 years have passed. Perhaps we have knowledge they did not." "The legends say," Brynhild began. "The legends were wrong about many things," Thalen interrupted. "They never mentioned that the original heroes loved each other. They never mentioned that our peoples once worked together in harmony." Brynhild hesitated, then slowly nodded. "The Whispering Hammer showed us techniques combining elven magic with dwarven craft. Perhaps together they worked through the night, Thalen channeling elven nature magic while Brynhild applied dwarven runic theory. They infused the crystal tear with their shared purpose, using the Whispering Hammer to shape the draconite heart into a new kind of seal, one powered not by sacrifice and separation, but by unity and shared purpose. As dawn broke over the petrified forest, the tremors ceased. The new seal, a spiral of crystal and fire, pulsed with power at the center of the ritual site. And though the azure flames eventually faded from their bodies, something of that magic remained in their eyes when they looked at each other. "The elders will not be pleased," Thalen said, thinking of the diplomatic nightmare awaiting them. "Let them grumble," Brynhild replied with characteristic bluntness. "Do we have a better tale to tell now?" Side by side, an elf and a dwarf walked out from the ancient forest, carrying not just artifacts of power, but a truth long buried, the strength that comes not from isolation, but from unlikely alliances, forged in adversity and tempered by understanding. The oath of the eternal flame had been renewed, but this time it burned not as a reminder of necessary sacrifice, but as a beacon of what could be regained. Story 3. The night the pillars fell. The sky wept crimson tears. Seraphina Moonwhisper stood atop the amberwood watchtower, her elven eyes, now stormy grey with apprehension, scanning the horizon, where 5 columns of light had until recently pierced the heavens. Since time immemorial, the 7 pillars of twilight had stood as sacred guardians, maintaining the delicate balance between the mortal realm and the chaotic domain of the Fae. Now, only 2 remained, their luminous energies flickering uncertainly against the blood-red stars. The wind carried whispers of terror from distant elven settlements, creatures of nightmare, long held at bay by the pillars. Ancient magic now stalked the lands of the living with impunity. Twisted chimeras with too many limbs and not enough faces. Shadows that devoured light and flesh with equal hunger. A movement below caught her attention. The survivors of her woodland clan huddled together, their once proud postures now bent with grief and fear. They were all that remained after the shadow beasts had descended upon their ancestral grove, tearing through magical wards that had protected them for generations. Lady Seraphina, called Elderleaf, the ancient keeper of lore, the Council of Luminance demands your presence. They seek answers about the fallen pillars. Seraphina's eyes shifted to a deep violet, resolve hardening within her slender frame. Tell them I have departed on a quest to restore what was lost. Alone. But the Borderlands are overrun with... I am not alone, she whispered, touching the silver amulet at her throat. Since the night of destruction, she had been hearing them, the voices of the fallen pillars, their spirits unmoored from their physical anchors, but not yet extinguished. They called to her, showing her visions of what must be done and who must help her. The Stonecrest Mountains loomed like the spines of sleeping giants, their peaks disappearing into perpetual mist. Here, where the borders between Dwarven and Elven lands blurred, Seraphina followed the pillar spirit's guidance. Her steps were light upon the rocky terrain, her movements fluid as quicksilver despite 3 days without rest. The cave entrance yawned before her, unremarkable save for the ancient runes carved into its archway, dwarven script so old that few living scholars could decipher it. Seraphina traced the symbols with delicate fingers, and they illuminated briefly at her touch. Step away from my home, elf, unless you wish to test the sharpness of dwarven steel against elven hide. The voice rumbled from the shadows, followed by the emergence of a figure both familiar from her visions and startling in reality. Grimnar Stormforge stood taller than any dwarf Seraphina had encountered, his broad shoulders and muscular arms covered in intricate ritual scars that seemed to shift like living silver in the dim light. His beard, bound in iron rings inscribed with runes of power, framed a face weathered by hardship and marked by pride. Most striking was the weapon he held, not the battle axe common to his kind, but a hammer unlike any other. Its head gleamed with an otherworldly light, the metal neither gold nor silver, but something altogether more ancient. The celestial hammer, last of its kind, forged from a fallen star in the age when dwarves and elves still shared knowledge freely. I come seeking the hammer of Etheria, Seraphina said, her eyes shifting to amber as she addressed him by the weapon's true name. The pillars have fallen. The veil weakens. We have need of your craft, Grimnar Stormforge. The dwarf's eyes narrowed suspiciously. How does an elf know the hammer's true name? Or mine, for that matter. The spirits of the fallen pillars speak to me. They guided me here. She extended her hand, palm upward, and in it danced a tiny replica of the 7 pillars formed of pure moonlight. 5 have fallen, 2 remain. Without them all, both our realms will fall to the primordial chaos. Grimnar's expression darkened. I was exiled for warning the Dwarven Council about weaknesses in the pillars, foundations. They called me a heretic for suggesting our ancestors' work could be flawed. He spat onto the stone floor. Let the pillars fall. Let your kind deal with the consequences. It was not Dwarven negligence that weakened the pillars, Seraphina said quietly. It was deliberate sabotage. The hammer in Grimnar's hand pulsed once, as if in confirmation. The dwarf's bushy eyebrows rose. Sabotage? By whom? By the one who should have protected them most zealously. Seraphina's eyes shifted to a deep, mournful blue. King Thaladir of the Silver Crown, High Protector of the Elven Realms. My uncle. They traveled through lands transformed by chaos. Once verdant forests, now twisted into impossible geometries, their trees bearing fruit that whispered secrets when ripe. Meadows, where flowers of living crystal bloomed and shattered at the slightest touch, their fragments reforming into tiny winged creatures that lived for mere moments. Grimnar moved with surprising grace for one of his stature, his hammer always ready. Seraphina flowed like water around obstacles, her arrows finding their marks with unerring precision when the shadow beasts came too close. "Why would your king destroy the pillars?" Grimnar asked as they made camp beneath the shelter of a fossilized dragon's ribcage. Even an elf should understand the consequences. Seraphina's eyes flashed crimson at the slight before settling into a contemplative purple. The pillars were created in the Elder Days, when our peoples worked in harmony. They contained both elven magic and dwarven craft, intertwined so completely that neither could exist without the other. She traced patterns in the dust, complex formulae that glowed faintly. My uncle believes he has discovered a way to replace them with constructs of pure elven magic. He thinks this will elevate our kind to true immortality while banishing your people from this realm entirely. Grimnar's laugh was harsh, typical elven arrogance. The pillars cannot be remade by one race alone. The attempt will only hasten our doom. That is why we must recover the fragments. Seraphina pointed to the horizon, where a faint glow pulsed erratically. There lies the first piece, the heart of the eastern pillar. The fragment lay within a cathedral of impossible architecture, a structure that seemed to fold in upon itself, defying the laws of nature. Once a temple to woodland spirits, it had been corrupted by proximity to the broken pillar, its stones humming with discordant energy. "The craftsmanship is still sound," Grimnar murmured, examining the fallen column with expert eyes. A dwarven runework intertwined with elven binding spells. Our ancestors knew their business, at least. "Can you reforge it?" Seraphina asked, her fingers lightly tracing the spiral patterns that decorated the fragment. "Not alone." Grimnar hefted his hammer. "The Etherian hammer can reshape the stone, but without elven magic to rebind the spiritual essence, it would be an empty shell." For the first time since they had met, Seraphina smiled, a gentle curve of lips that transformed her solemn face. "Then it is fortunate that we are together, Master Dwarf." Their first attempt at restoration was clumsy. Grimnar's hammer strikes rang true, reshaping the fractured stone, but Seraphina's spellwork faltered, unused to the rhythms of dwarven craft. The second attempt fared little better. "You're thinking too much," Grimnar growled after their third failure. "Elven magic always overthinks. Feel the rhythm of the hammer. Let your magic flow with it, not against it." "And you strike without consideration for the harmonics," Seraphina countered, her eyes flashing orange with frustration. "The stone remembers its purpose. Listen to it before reshaping it." Their fourth attempt began in tense silence, but as Grimnar's hammer fell, Seraphina closed her eyes, feeling the vibrations travel through stone and air. Her magic followed those ripples, strengthening them, guiding them. The dwarf, in turn, adjusted his strikes to match the cadence of her spellwork. When they finished, the fragment glowed with renewed purpose, levitating gently to position itself back into the pillar's foundation. "One down," Grimnar said, a reluctant smile hidden in his beard. "And four to go." They recovered the second fragment from the belly of a temporal anomaly, where moments stretched into eternities and ages compressed into heartbeats. The third lay beneath a lake of liquid starlight, requiring them to forge breathing charms from Grimnar's celestial metal and Seraphina's woodland magic. With each pillar fragment restored, the bond between them strengthened. Seraphina taught Grimnar to hear the voices of nature spirits, showing him how living things could guide his craft. He, in turn, revealed the ancestral techniques of dwarven stoneworking, teaching her patience and precision where once she relied solely on intuition. The fourth fragment nearly claimed their lives, guarded as it was by a nightmare weaver, a creature born from the fears of dying stars. Only their combined efforts, Grimnar's hammer striking in perfect synchrony with Seraphina's spellwork, banished the entity back to the void. As they recovered from the battle, Grimnar examined a wound on Seraphina's arm where the weaver's claws had caught her. Without comment, he applied a salve of his own making, his calloused fingers surprisingly gentle against her skin. "Why did you leave your people to warn the Dwarven Council?" she asked quietly. Grimnar's hands stilled momentarily. "I found ancient texts suggesting the pillars required regular renewal, a joint ritual performed by both races. This knowledge had been deliberately struck from later records. Just as our histories omit any mention of dwarven contribution to the pillars' creation," Seraphina realized, her eyes shifting to a troubled grey. "Our peoples have been kept apart by design. The question remains," Grimnar said grimly. "Who benefits from our division?" The final fragment lay within the heart of Silverspire, the elven capital where King Thaladir prepared his ritual of replacement. They entered during the Festival of Stars, when elven magic ran strongest and the court was distracted by celebration. "The royal treasury lies beyond those moonstone doors," Seraphina whispered, as they hid in the shadows of a crystal archway. "The fragment is there, along with my uncle's plans. And a dozen royal guards, no doubt," Grimnar muttered. 19 actually," came a cold voice from behind them, "plus myself." They turned to find King Thaladir himself, resplendent in robes of liquid moonlight, his ageless face a mask of serene malevolence. Behind him stood the royal guard, arrows nocked and swords drawn. "Niece," he acknowledged Seraphina with a slight nod. "I wondered if you had survived, and you've brought a dwarf into our sacred halls. How progressive of you." "Why, uncle?" Seraphina's eyes blazed emerald with betrayal. "You would doom both our worlds for power." "Not doom. Transform." Thaladir gestured elegantly, and the air around them shimmered with images of a world remade. Elves ascendant, nature and magic perfectly aligned, no sign of dwarven kind or other races. The pillars were a compromise, a flawed solution, accepted by our ancestors in their weakness. My way is purer. "Your way is madness," Grimnar growled, his hammer beginning to glow. "The balance cannot be maintained by one race alone." "A dwarf lecturing on magical theory?" Thaladir laughed, the sound like breaking crystal. "How droll. Guards, take them." What happened next would be sung of in both elven ballads and dwarven sagas for generations. Grimnar's hammer struck the floor with cosmic force, sending shockwaves through the crystal palace. Simultaneously, Seraphina's magic called to the living elements woven into the structure, the moonstone that yearned for night, the sun crystal that hungered for dawn. In the chaos, they reached the treasury and claimed the final fragment. As guards closed in, Seraphina looked to Grimnar with eyes now glowing white, the color of pure magic. "Together?" she asked. The dwarf nodded, raising his hammer. "Together." Their combined power restored the final pillar, not in its original location, but there in the heart of the elven court. The shockwave of renewal rippled outward, restoring balance to the 6 other sites simultaneously. The veil between worlds strengthened once more, driving back the chaotic entities that had begun to infest the mortal realm. King Thaladir screamed as his plans dissolved, the carefully hoarded power he had siphoned from the broken pillars returning to its rightful place in the cosmic balance. Months later, when the 7 pillars of twilight once again stood tall and the shadow beasts had retreated to their own realm, Seraphina and Grimnar stood at the ancient border between their kingdoms. Representatives from both races had gathered to witness the signing of the Twilight Accord, the first formal alliance between elves and dwarves in over 1,000 years. Will they honor it, do you think? Grimnar asked quietly, watching the dignitaries exchange formal bows. Seraphina's eyes, now a peaceful blend of blue and amber, gazed toward the horizon where the pillar's light touched the sky. They will if we remind them of what we can accomplish together. The elven archer and the dwarven craftsman stood side by side, different in almost every way, yet united by purpose and understanding. Between them, the first seeds of a new age were taking root, one where ancient prejudices might finally give way to the strength found in unlikely alliances. Story 4. Dawn broke over the ruins of LOTR like liquid gold, pouring through shattered windows and crumbling arches. Once the greatest shared citadel of both elves and dwarves, it had stood abandoned for millennia, a monument to a forgotten era when the 2 races had collaborated rather than competed. Now, for the first time in an age, the ancient stones stirred with purpose. From the highest remaining tower, a beam of light shot skyward, piercing the morning mist with an otherworldly radiance. The crown of 1,000 truths had awakened from its long slumber. In the elven kingdom of Luminaris, the crystal seers gasped collectively as their scrying pools rippled with the news. "The crown returns," they whispered, their voices carrying through the living branches that formed the ceiling of their chamber. Of it, the artifact that reveals all deceptions stirs once more. Far below the surface, in the dwarven empire of Khazad-dûr, the runestones of prophecy glowed hot, their ancient markings shifting and rearranging. Master Loreminder Thrain brushed his gnarled fingers across the heated surface. "So it begins," he muttered. "The crown that cuts through lies like an axe through saplings has returned." Within hours, both kingdoms had selected their champions. Galahel Dawnbringer moved like living moonlight through the whispering glades that separated the elven territories from the contested lands surrounding Altarocha. His slender form seemed almost translucent in the dappled forest light, his skin emitting a subtle glow that marked him as one of the luminous ones, elves touched by ancient celestial magic. Silver armor, light as gossamer but stronger than dragon scales, adorned his lithe frame, and at his hip hung Truth Seeker, a blade forged from a fallen star. The Council of Radiance had been clear. The crown must be claimed for Luminaris. Its power to reveal all deceptions would ensure elven supremacy in diplomacy and warfare for generations to come. More importantly, it could never be allowed to fall into dwarven hands. Galahel paused, his keen ears detecting a disturbance in the natural rhythm of the forest. Something approached from the east, something that moved with determined purpose rather than the casual wanderings of forest creatures. "Show yourself," he called, his melodic voice carrying through the trees. "These lands are under elven protection." A harsh laugh answered him. "These lands haven't been elven since the Third Concordat Tree Dancer. From between ancient oaks emerged a figure barely reaching Galahel's chest, yet radiating a presence that seemed to fill the clearing. Dernic Ironheart stood with legs braced wide, her dense musculature evident even beneath her masterfully crafted plate armor. Intricate runic patterns adorned the metal, glowing faintly with protective enchantments. Her beard, dense and russet-colored, was elaborately braided and adorned with small metallic beads inscribed with the history of her clan's greatest victories. Across her back was strapped Mountain Heart, a warhammer whose head had been carved from the peak of the sacred Firecrest Mountain itself. In her hands, she casually balanced a throwing axe, her eyes never leaving the elf's face. "The Dwarven Assembly has claimed right of recovery for the crown," she stated matter-of-factly. "Turn back now, and no blood need be spilled." Galahel's hand drifted to Truthseeker's hilt. "The Council of Radiance has declared the crown elven property by ancestral right. It is you who should reconsider your path, Stonechild." For a moment, the forest held its breath as elf and dwarf measured each other, centuries of ingrained distrust hovering between them like an unspoken curse. The standoff might have ended in blood had fate not intervened. A shriek, primal and hungry, tore through the forest, followed by another, then a chorus. The canopy above darkened as winged shapes blotted out the sun. "Shadow fiends," Galahel breathed, drawing his blade in a fluid motion. "Drawn by the crown's awakening," Dernic growled, hefting her hammer. "Dark magic always attracts darker creatures." The first beast crashed through the trees, a nightmarish amalgamation of bat and wolf, its skin like oil-slicked leather, stretched over protruding bones. Behind it came its brethren, dozens strong, their hunger a palpable force. Back to back, without discussion or debate, elf and dwarf fell into defensive positions. Ancient instincts, older than their peoples, and enmity took precedence over political mandates. Galahel's blade sang through the air, trailing light like a comet's tail as it severed limbs and pierced corrupted hearts. Dernic's hammer created devastating shockwaves with each impact, sending creatures flying backward with shattered bones and ruptured organs. When the last shadow fiend lay twitching on the forest floor, elf and dwarf regarded each other with newfound wariness and grudging respect. "The journey to LOTR will draw more of them," Galahel observed, cleaning his blade on a patch of moss. "Aye," Dernic agreed, adjusting a strap on her armor, "and in greater numbers." A moment of silence stretched between them, pregnant with reluctant realization. "A temporary truce," Galahel suggested carefully, "until the crown is reached." Dernic spat on the ground. "Temporary," she emphasized, "until the crown decides its true owner." The journey to LOTR tested them in ways neither had anticipated. Through the whispering plains, where hallucinogenic pollen threatened to turn allies against each other, across the fault-line chasms, where only Dernic's intimate knowledge of stone kept them from plummeting to their deaths, and finally into the mirror mist marshes, where only Galahel's ability to discern true paths from illusory ones prevented them from being eternally lost. Each challenge forced them to rely on the other's strengths, gradually eroding the walls built by generations of prejudice. Dernic grudgingly admired the elf's grace under pressure and his intimate connection with the natural world. Galahel found himself impressed by the dwarf's resilience and her profound understanding of the Earth's secrets. Around campfires at night, initial silence gave way to terse exchanges, then to actual conversations. They discovered shared appreciations for craftsmanship, for courage, for honor, that transcended racial differences. "Why do your people hate mine so?" Galahel asked one evening, genuine curiosity in his voice. Dernick stared into the flames. Our histories say elves betrayed us during the Sundering War, abandoning our ancestors to the void worms while saving their own. Strange, Galahel murmured. And our histories claim dwarves hoarded the sky crystals that could have saved both our peoples, using them only for your own salvation. They contemplated this discrepancy in thoughtful silence. Alta Rocha loomed before them at last, its broken spires reaching toward the heavens like the fingers of a supplicant. The pillar of light emanating from its highest tower had grown stronger, pulsing with a rhythm almost like a heartbeat. The ancients built well, Dernick observed, running her hand along a wall that had withstood thousands of years of elemental assault. They built together, Galahel replied softly, noting the harmonious blend of dwarven stonework and elven organic architecture. The central keep, where the light originated, proved challenging to access. Collapsed passageways and unstable floors required Dernick's expertise to navigate safely, while magical wards and traps yielded only to Galahel's arcane knowledge. Finally, they reached the crown chamber, a vast circular room whose ceiling had long since collapsed, leaving it open to the sky. In the center, floating above a pedestal of intertwined stone and living wood, hovered the crown of 1,000 truths. It was both more and less than the legends described, a simple circlet of metal that seemed to shift between gold and silver, adorned not with gaudy gems, but with delicate engravings that moved like living things across its surface. Its power, however, was undeniable. The very air around it shimmered with revelatory energy. "It's beautiful," Galahel whispered. "Aye," Dernick agreed. "And terrible." As they approached, the crown began to spin slowly, emitting pulses of light that washed over them like waves. Each pulse seemed to strip away a layer of perception, revealing the world more clearly. Suddenly, both champions froze, identical expressions of shock on their faces. For the crown was showing them the same vision, a being of fluid form, sometimes elf, sometimes dwarf, sometimes other races entirely, whispering into the ears of kings and counselors. The same being, across centuries, planting seeds of discord, nurturing hatred, ensuring that elves and dwarves remained enemies. The shape-shifting archmage. They breathed in unison. The vision expanded, showing them the truth behind their peoples. Greatest conflicts, each one engineered, each misunderstanding deliberately cultivated by the same malevolent entity. The archmage fed on discord, growing stronger with each generation of renewed hatred. And now it had orchestrated the race for the crown, knowing that whichever race claimed it would use its power against the other, creating the greatest conflict yet, one that would weaken both kingdoms enough for the Archmage's final conquest. As the vision faded, Galahel and Dernick found themselves facing each other across the crown, which continued to hover between them, unclaimed. "If I take it back to Luminaris," Galahel began. "Odi or I to Khazad-dûr," Dernick continued. "We play into the Archmage's hands," they concluded together. For the first time since their meeting, Dernick smiled, a genuine expression that transformed her stern face. "It seems, Dawnbringer, that we face a more insidious enemy than each other." Galahel returned the smile. "Indeed, Ironheart. And perhaps the crown has already shown us its greatest truth, that we are stronger united than divided." The return of both champions without the crown caused initial outrage in their respective kingdoms, but when they revealed, with evidence provided by the crown itself, carefully collected and preserved, the centuries-long manipulation by the shape-shifting Archmage, the shock gave way to grim determination. For the first time in a millennium, representatives from Luminaris and Khazad-dûr met not in tense negotiation, but in strategic alliance. The hunt for the Archmage, who had vanished upon realizing its scheme had been discovered, would require the combined strengths of both peoples. Galahel and Durnik, now bound by shared purpose and growing friendship, led the joint expeditionary force. Behind them, scholars from both races began the painstaking process of comparing historical records, separating truth from engineered fiction. As for the Crown of 1,000 Truths, it remained at Altarocha, guarded now by both elven and dwarven sentinels. Its greatest work, revealing the truth that had been hidden for generations, was already done. But sometimes, late at night, it would pulse with gentle light, as if pleased that its long wait had not been in vain. The truth, once revealed, could never be unseen, and the first tentative bridges between ancient enemies had begun to form. One shared campfire, one joint battle, one genuine smile at a time. Story 5. Deep beneath the Ironspine Mountains, where the eternal forges of Stoneheart keep burned with ancestral flame, young Grimly Bronzebeard stood apart from his kin. While other dwarven apprentices hammered metal into submission, bending steel and iron to their unbending will, Grimly's hands moved differently, more fluid, almost gentle. The metal seemed to flow beneath his touch like water, taking shapes that whispered of possibility rather than permanence. Unnatural, the Master Smiths muttered when they thought he couldn't hear. The boy doesn't forge, he coaxes, as if metal were a living thing. On this day, as copper wire curled around his fingers like affectionate vines, Master Forgefather Durin slammed his hammer against the anvil, silencing the bustling apprentice hall. "Grimly Bronzebeard," he bellowed, his voice echoing through the cavernous chamber. "The council demands your presence at the Crystal Oracle. Now." The whispers followed grimly through Stoneheart's labyrinthine passages, hushed voices wondering why the Crystal Oracle, dormant for 3 generations, had awakened to call for an unremarkable apprentice. Grimly wondered too, his heart hammering against his ribs like an inexperienced smith against poor iron. The Crystal Oracle chamber glittered with veins of luminous crystal that stretched like frozen lightning across walls of ancient stone. 7 council elders stood in a perfect semicircle, their beards elaborately braided with runes of office and ancestral honor. At the chamber's heart hovered the oracle itself, a massive crystal formation that pulsed with inner light, its facets shifting and realigning like a living thing contemplating its next words. High Elder Thrain stepped forward, his eyes hard as the granite beneath their feet. The oracle stirs after 97 years of silence. Bronzebeard. It speaks of awakening doom. The Dragon Emperor Vexathron stirs in his millennial slumber. The crystal's light intensified, its facets projecting images of a mountain range far to the north, where ancient scales the size of battleships had begun to shift, dislodging centuries of accumulated snow and stone. "The oracle has shown us salvation," continued Thrain, his voice dropping to a grave whisper. "Only the one who carries the forbidden fire can prevent Vexathron's return." Grimly's confusion must have shown on his face, for Elder Barundar pointed an accusing finger toward his hands. Grimly looked down, startled to find the copper wire still wrapped around his fingers, now glowing with an inner light that was most decidedly not the red-orange of forge fire, but a silvery blue reminiscent of elven magic, spat Thrain. "The forbidden fire. You carry elfcraft in your blood, boy, the greatest taboo of our people." The pronouncement fell like a headsman's axe. Within hours, Grimly found himself standing at the eastern gate, a small pack of provisions slung over his shoulder, the mark of exile branded fresh upon his forearm. The gates, massive slabs of dwarven steel inlaid with protective runes, ground shut behind him with terminal finality. Return only when you have cleansed yourself of the forbidden fire, Elder Thrain had pronounced. Nor do not return at all. 3 weeks later, grimly huddled beneath a wind-twisted pine on the borders of the Whispering Wood, nursing a fire that threatened to die in the autumn chill. His provisions had dwindled to a handful of dried mushrooms and half a loaf of journey bread. The mountains behind him offered no sanctuary, and the forest before him, well, every dwarf knew the Whispering Wood belonged to them, the Elves. A twig snapped in the darkness beyond his pitiful fire. Grimly reached for his hammer, not the ceremonial forge hammer of his craft, but a simple war hammer he'd bartered for in a human settlement 2 days prior. "I wouldn't," advised a melodic voice, as an arrow materialized from the darkness. Its tip steadied a hand's breadth from his nose. "Your hammer would never reach me before my arrow reached your heart, dwarf." The owner of the voice stepped into the firelight, and Grimly's breath caught. She stood nearly twice his height, with limbs as slender as young saplings, yet corded with subtle strength. Her silver-white hair cascaded like moonlit water past pointed ears adorned with intricate silver cuffs. Most striking were her eyes, violet irises ringed with silver, currently narrowed in suspicion. Strange to find a lone dwarf at the borders of elven lands, she observed, her arrow unwavering. Stranger still that you make no attempt to hide yourself. "Hard to hide when you don't know where you're going," Grimly responded with weary honesty. "I am Grimly Bronzebeard, exiled from Stoneheart Keep. I seek passage through your woods to the human kingdoms beyond." Something in his words caused the elf's expression to shift. "Exiled?" She lowered her bow fractionally. "For what crime?" Grimly laughed bitterly, holding up his hands where faint traces of that traitorous silver-blue light still occasionally flickered between his fingers. "For this. For carrying what my people call the forbidden fire. For having hands that shape metal in ways no proper dwarf should." The elf's bow lowered completely, her expression transformed by shock. "The weave light," she whispered. "You carry the weave light." Before Grimly could respond, a hunting horn sounded in the distance. The elf's head snapped toward the sound, her body tensing like a drawn bowstring. "May they've tracked me," she muttered, then fixed Grimly with a penetrating stare. "I am Ilariel, once princess of the Silver Court, now fugitive from my own people. It seems fate has a peculiar sense of humor, bringing together 2 exiles on this inauspicious night." She gestured toward the dark forest. "I know safe paths through these woods. You may accompany me or take your chances alone, but decide quickly." The horn sounded again, closer. Grimly shouldered his pack. "Led on, princess." They traveled through the night and the following day, Ilariel moving with the silent grace of her kind, Grimly following with the determined endurance of his. Only when the sun began to set did she permit them rest, in a hollow beneath the massive roots of an ancient oak. "Why do they hunt you?" Grimly finally asked, as they shared his dwindling rations. Ilariel's expression darkened. She extended her hand toward a cluster of small ferns growing nearby. As her fingers approached, the plants withered visibly, their green vitality draining away while a silvery glow, not unlike the light that sometimes emanated from Grimly's hands, enveloped her fingers. "I am cursed to draw life rather than nurture it," she explained bitterly. "Among a people who revere growth and cultivation above all, I bring only death. When my affliction manifested during my centennial celebration, my father the king declared me shadow-touched and ordered my imprisonment for study." She closed her hand, and the glow faded. I chose exile over becoming a laboratory curiosity. Grimly studied her thoughtfully. So I shape metal in ways my people find disturbing, and you affect living things in ways your people find abhorrent. A succinct summary of our respective disgraces, Ilariel agreed with a sardonic smile. The Crystal Oracle called my ability the Forbidden Fire, and claimed only one who carries it can prevent the Dragon Emperor Vexathron from awakening, Grimly added. Does weave light, as you called it, mean anything to you? Ilariel's eyes widened. Vexathron stirs, the Crystal Oracle prophesied. She leaned forward intently. Grimly, these names appear in our most ancient texts. The weave light is what our historians call the primordial magic that existed before the sundering of powers, before elves and dwarves became separate peoples with separate magics. Separate peoples, Grimly frowned. But our histories teach that elves and dwarves have always been distinct races, created separately by the greater and lesser gods, as do ours, Ilariel replied. And yet the oldest texts, those locked in the forbidden archives beneath the Silver Court, hint at a different truth, that once, in the earliest age, our peoples were one until something drove us apart. Over the following weeks, as they journeyed north toward the Dragonspine Mountains, where Vexathron supposedly slumbered, their initial mistrust gradually transformed. Grimly taught Ilariel the dwarven techniques of centering and grounding, which helped her better control her life-draining ability. She, in turn, introduced him to elven meditation practices that allowed him to channel his unusual metalworking skills with greater precision. They saved each other's lives a dozen times. Ilariel's arrows downing a cave troll that had Grimly cornered, Grimly's hammer shattering the enchanted chains of an elven hunter who had captured Ilariel while she slept. Reluctant alliance became pragmatic partnership, then something neither had words to define. In an abandoned temple dedicated to forgotten gods, they discovered ancient murals depicting elves and dwarves working together, channeling complementary magics to create wonders neither race could achieve alone. And most disturbing of all, images of a great dragon driving the once united peoples apart, feeding on their discord. Vexathron didn't just threaten our ancestors, Ilariel realized, tracing the faded images with trembling fingers. He manipulated them, sowed division because united, they posed a threat to him. And now two outcasts, each carrying magic their people reject, journey to face him, Grimly mused, the weave light flickering more strongly between his fingers. Perhaps the forbidden fire isn't magic at all, but something else the Dragon Emperor feared. They reached the foot of the Dragonspine Mountains as winter's first snow began to fall. The signs of Vexathron's stirring were unmistakable now. Tremors shook the earth at regular intervals, and at night, the northern lights twisted into unnatural patterns that reminded Grimly of enormous wings unfurling. They made camp in a sheltered valley, knowing that the next day would bring their confrontation with the ancient dragon. As they sat beside their fire, Ilariel suddenly reached out, her slender fingers hesitating just above Grimly's calloused hand. "May I try something?" she asked. When he nodded, she gently placed her hand atop his. For a breathless moment, nothing happened. Then where their skin touched, a new light kindled, neither the silver blue of Grimly's weave light nor the silvery drain of Ilariel's curse, but a warm golden radiance that spread up their arms and throughout their bodies. "The forbidden fire," Grimly whispered in awe. "Unity," Ilariel corrected softly. What Vexathron truly fears, the magic that can only exist when elf and dwarf work as one. The confrontation with Vexathron would become legend, how an exiled dwarven smith and a fugitive elven princess ventured into the heart of the mountain. how they faced a dragon larger than some villages, with scales like adamantine shields and eyes that held the wisdom and malice of millennia, how they nearly fell before his overwhelming power. But the true miracle was what happened when, in their darkest moment, Ilariel's hand found Grimly's. The golden light that erupted from their joined fingers forged itself into chains of pure magic that bound the Dragon Emperor once more to his slumber. "You cannot destroy me," Vexathron hissed as the spell took hold. "I am division itself. As long as your peoples remain apart, I will eventually return. Then perhaps it's time our peoples remember what they've forgotten," Grimly replied, the golden light still pulsing between his and Ilariel's intertwined fingers. They emerged from the mountain as the first spring flowers pushed through melting snow, an unlikely pair carrying an even more unlikely truth. Before them lay the long journey back to their respective homelands, where they would face skepticism, resistance, and quite possibly renewed exile. But they carried with them proof of what elves and dwarves could accomplish together. The forbidden fire that wasn't forbidden at all, but simply forgotten. And in their joined hands burned the ember of something Vexathron had never anticipated, a bridge across the ancient divide, and perhaps, in time, the means to heal the sundering that had separated their peoples for so long. Story 6. The ancient seal beneath the shadow veil pulsed with weakening magic, its luminous runes flickering like dying stars. Deep within the mountain's heart, behind barriers of enchanted stone and forgotten incantations, the primordial spectres stirred from their millennial slumber. Their whispers, soft as a dying breath, yet sharp as obsidian, slithered through cracks in the magical barriers, carrying promises of oblivion to the world above. In the crystalline towers of Lumen Vale, the elven capital that floated among the ancient silverwood trees, Queen Lyriel felt the disturbance as a sudden hollowness behind her breastbone. Her violet eyes, which had witnessed the passing of 7 centuries, widened in recognition of an ancient doom. The grimoire on her lap, bound in leather, taken from a creature that had no name in mortal tongues, trembled as if in sympathetic resonance. "So soon," she whispered, her melodic voice uncharacteristically brittle. "The seal weakens decades before my calculations predicted." The queen rose from her ornate throne, fashioned from living wood that continued to grow and bloom beneath her touch. Moonlight filtering through the crystal dome above cast her in ethereal radiance, illuminating the intricate silver circlet upon her brow and the ancient wisdom etched in the fine lines around her eyes, the only evidence of her great age. "Summon the Council of Dusk," she commanded the silent sentinel at her chamber door, "and prepare my traveling gear." The practical set, not the ceremonial. The sentinel's eyes widened slightly, the only indication of surprise a royal guard would permit themselves. "Your Majesty intends to journey personally." "Some dooms cannot be delegated, Thalindril," Lyriel replied with a grim smile. "Some mistakes must be faced by those who made them." 3 days later, Queen Lyriel stood before the imposing gates of Khazad-dûr, the greatest dwarven stronghold in the Iron Mountains. The gates, masterpieces of metallurgy and engineering, soared 30 feet high, etched with the history of dwarvenkind in runes of mithril and gold. 2 stone sentinels flanked the entrance, their axes crossed to bar her path, their bearded faces impassive beneath helmets that had been polished daily for 8 generations. "I seek audience with Thordan Stonehammer," Lyriel announced, her breath misting in the mountain chill. "The King Thordan holds no court for elvenkind," rumbled the elder of the sentinels, "least of all for the Exile Maker." Lyriel's shoulders straightened beneath her travel-worn cloak. Tell him the seals of the Shadow Veil weaken. Tell him the Twilight Blade must be forged anew. Tell him, her voice faltered momentarily. Tell him I come to acknowledge debt and seek amends. The younger sentinel's stoic expression cracked slightly at these words. After a tense moment, he turned and disappeared through a smaller door set within the great gates. Minutes stretched into an hour as Lyriel waited, unmoving despite the bitter mountain wind that tugged at her silver-violet hair and cloak. Finally, with a groan of ancient gears and the song of perfectly balanced mechanisms, the massive gates began to part. They opened just wide enough to reveal a single figure, broad as an oak and seemingly carved from the same unyielding material. Thorden Stonehammer had aged in the 40 years since Lyriel had last seen him, though not in the same ways as elven kind. Where her aging showed in subtle lines and a certain depth of gaze, his was written in the increased silver, threading his once auburn beard, now elaborately braided with rune-etched beads, and in the network of scars that mapped his visible skin like rivers on a stony landscape. Most prominent was the mark on his left cheek, a stylized flame rendered in silver, the mark of exile she herself had pronounced upon him decades past. "The Exile Maker graces my mountain with her presence," Thorden's voice rumbled like distant thunder. "Has your long memory finally failed you, Lyriel? You forfeited the right to seek dwarven counsel when you branded me traitor before both our peoples." Lyriel met his gaze unflinchingly. "I have not forgotten, Thorden, nor do I expect forgiveness. But the specters stir, and neither of our grudges will matter if they break free." Something flickered in Thorden's deep-set eyes, recognition of a truth he had long dreaded. Without another word, he stepped aside, gesturing for her to enter his kingdom. The council chamber of Khazad-dûr hummed with tension. 7 dwarven lords sat along one side of a massive table hewn from a single slab of obsidian, their elaborate beards and ceremonial armor glinting in the light of enchanted lanterns. Across from them sat Lyriel alone, her solitary presence somehow balancing the weight of the entire dwarven delegation. At the head of the table, Thorden leaned forward, his calloused fingers splayed across an ancient map of the Shadow Veil. "You propose madness," he growled after Lyriel had explained her purpose. "The forging of the Twilight Blade nearly killed our greatest smiths the first time. And for what? A temporary solution. The seals have weakened again regardless." "Because the ritual was incomplete," Lyriel responded quietly. I lacked the courage to fulfill its true requirement." The chamber fell silent, save for the distant ringing of hammers on anvils that perpetually echoed through the dwarven halls. "Speak plainly, elf," demanded Lord Barazum, eldest of the council members. "What requirement?" "The Twilight Blade was forged from dwarven star metal and elven moonsilver, tempered with the essence of both races," Lyriel explained, her gaze never leaving Thorden's. But to maintain its power perpetually requires a final component, willing sacrifice of royal blood from both lineages." Understanding dawned on Thorden's weathered face. "That's why you exiled me. Not because I questioned the efficacy of the seal, but because I discovered this truth in the ancient texts. You were going to publicly reveal what I had hidden from my own people," Lyriel acknowledged. "Was that I chose a temporary solution, requiring renewal rather than the permanent one requiring sacrifice. I branded you exiled to silence you, and in doing so, lost the very ally I would one day need most desperately." Murmurs rippled through the dwarven councillors. Thorden silenced them with a raised hand, his eyes never leaving the elven queen's face. "And now you return, proposing what?" That we forge this blade again, only to enact half measures as before. No. Lyriel's voice was soft but unwavering. I propose we complete what should have been done 1,000 years ago. A binding sealed in royal blood, both dwarven and elven. You speak of your own death, Thordan said flatly. And yours, if you consent, Lyriel replied. Our peoples have maintained an uneasy peace since your exile, but never true alliance. Perhaps our final act can forge what our lives could not. The forges of Khazad-dûr roared with supernatural fire, fed by rare crystals mined from the deepest reaches of the mountains. 20 master smiths worked in perfect coordination, their hammers rising and falling in rhythmic harmony as they shaped the star metal core of what would become the Twilight Blade. On a platform above them, Lyriel performed the intricate gestures of elven high magic, weaving moon silver into patterns of containment and banishment. The air around her shimmered with suppressed power, each motion leaving trails of luminescent energy that slowly coalesced into the blade's outer layer. Thordan stood at the junction between the dwarven forges and Lyriel's magical workspace, his role to synchronize the two disparate methods of creation. His voice called cadence for the smiths, while his hands mirrored Lyriel's gestures, creating a bridge between craftsmanship and sorcery. 3 days and nights they labored without rest, the blade gradually taking shape, a weapon of impossible beauty and terrible purpose. As dawn broke on the 4th day, the completed Twilight Blade hovered between Lyriel and Thordan, pulsing with barely contained power. It is time, Lyriel said, her voice hoarse from ritual incantations. We must journey to the Vale while the blade's power is at its peak. The shadow veil stretched before them like a wound in the world's flesh, a deep canyon where light behaved strangely, bending around objects and casting shadows that moved independently of their sources. Mist clung to the jagged rock formations, occasionally parting to reveal glimpses of architecture from civilizations that had perished before either elves or dwarves walked the earth. The unlikely procession, an elven queen, a dwarven king, and a small honor guard from both realms, made their way along a winding path toward the heart of the Vale. As they descended deeper, the whispers of the specters grew more insistent, promising power, vengeance, reunion with lost loved ones, whatever temptation might weaken resolve. They sense the blade, Thordan muttered, his hand never straying far from his warhammer. And they fear it. As they should, Lyriel replied, though her composure showed subtle cracks as the whispers targeted her specifically, speaking of ancient guilt and secrets yet unrevealed. At the Vale's center stood a circular platform of obsidian, unmarked, save for a single crystalline plinth. The seal, now visible as a complex geometric pattern of fading light, pulsed erratically across the platform's surface. Lyriel placed the Twilight Blade upon the plinth, then turned to face the small company who had accompanied them. "Return to the Vale's edge," she commanded. "What happens next is for royal eyes only." Once alone, Lyriel and Thordan stood on opposite sides of the blade, its light illuminating the weariness and resolve etched on both their faces. "There is something you should know," Lyriel said quietly. "Something I have never admitted to any living soul." Thordan's eyes narrowed. "Speak then, while we still draw breath." "The first breaking of the seal, 1,000 years ago, it was no accident. Her voice faltered. "I was young, arrogant. I believed I could harness the specter's power, bind it to elven will alone. Instead, I nearly doomed both our realms." Understanding dawned on Thordan's face. And so the great Queen Lyriel, revered for saving the world from the spectres, was the one who released them, she finished. The dwarven smiths who helped forge the first twilight blade never knew. Only I carried the full truth and the full shame. Silence stretched between them, heavy with the weight of millennium-old secrets and fresh revelations. Finally, Thornton gave a short, gruff laugh. Perhaps we are more alike than either would admit. I too have carried secrets. The real reason I searched the ancient texts was not idle scholarly curiosity, but because I suspected the truth. My own ancestors' chronicles hinted at elven involvement in the spectres' release. He extended his hand across the blade, palm up in offering. I sought evidence to vilify you. Instead, I found the path to salvation, which you then hid. We have both failed our peoples in different ways. Lyriel regarded his outstretched hand for a long moment, then placed her slender fingers upon his calloused palm. Perhaps this final act can redeem us both, she whispered. Together they grasped the twilight blade, its edge drawing royal blood from both hands. As their mingled blood ran down the blade and dripped onto the seal, the runes flared with renewed brilliance. The twilight blade rose from the plinth, suspended by unseen forces, then shattered into motes of light that expanded outward, reinforcing and renewing the complex patterns of the seal. The whispers of the spectres rose to a howl of rage, then faded as the barrier between worlds solidified once more. On the platform, Lyriel and Thornton remained standing, hand in hand, their forms growing increasingly translucent as their life essence transferred into the seal itself. "Do you think they will remember us kindly?" Lyriel asked, her voice already sounding distant. "Perhaps not," Thornton replied, his substantial form now barely more than an outline. "But they will live to remember us at all, and that is enough." As the first light of dawn touched the rim of the Shadow Veil, the last physical traces of the Elven Queen and Dwarven King dissolved into the renewed seal, their sacrificial act binding the primordial spectres for eternity. Where they had stood, two ghostly guardians now maintained eternal vigilance, the last guard of the Shadow Veil, united in death as they never had been in life, yet finding in that unity a peace that had eluded them both.